part of the Vampire Survivor series. So I'm just gonna pull up my screen to show you roughly what's going on.
made a prefab of this and I've created a script. The script, what it does is it will show all the stats of the player, and it's been designed in such a way that if I change the size of the object, the text will adjust itself to accommodate, which is really cool when the player knows itself. And also if I add one more stat, so let's say if we were to go into
Z 80 miliony oficiálních skladeb nemusíte poslouchat stejnou hudbu dvakrát. Získejte YouTube Music Premium.
the character script where the stat is stored. So if I were to add a new stat in the future, say let me add a new stat here, and let me call this
Okay, so again, I'm gonna cover how to do all this in part 18.
YouTube Premium je YouTube bez reklam a videa bez reklam v aplikaci YouTube Kids. Zkuste na 1 měsíc za 0 korun.
No matter what the size of your screen is, the static screen is never going to overflow or have text that is miscommented and all that stuff. So pretty interesting stuff, if I might say so myself. So let me just recall what I was working on the last time. It's been a week and I don't remember what I was working on. So let me just do a project a little bit. Okay, music is too loud, voice a bit soft. Let me reduce the music. Is it better? Let me know if it's better, alright? The voice and so the music is just it's on YouTube. It's just free YouTube music. So depending on mostly what you're giving me. Okay, let me know if the music is still loud. Right, so if I recall the last time, what I was working on is I've got this working and then I've got to implement the rest of the steps. And I forgot where I left off. I think it was at. Let me just check it out to see what changes I made, and then this may jog my memory. So we maintain the project using this Stat is next. Okay, so I guess this is where I left off. So
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. Try 1 month free of charge.
Music is still very loud compared to my voice. Okay, is it better now? I think the reason the music is loud is because it's being played twice. What can I do about that? Better now? Let me know if it's better, yeah? Or if it's worse. Okay, so I'm gonna implement the cooldown stat. So in the Code of Me stream last week, I was working on
adding all the stats, all the new stats, and right now we have to implement the new stats, meaning, for example, if I increase the cooldown stat, this should affect the cooldown of my weapons. If I increase the say the move speed stat, and this should affect my player's movement speed. If any stat that I increase should affect something about the player, and sometimes this affects the weapon itself, right? Like the amount, the cooldown. Luck we don't have to implement first because we don't have any luck features. There's growth as well, and there's greed and curse. Okay, so we'll figure out how to implement all of these different features. Okay, the softness of the voice. Let me see what I can do about that as well. Okay, I guess I have to just speak louder, right? With regards to my voice being too soft. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to implement the cooldown. So all my weapons cooldown should be affected, meaning that I will have to find the weapon script and modify things from there. So here, whenever I attack, this increases the cooldown, and well, this is actually wrong because this should be actual stats, right? Oh no, sorry, current stats is correct. So this should be current stats, but it should also retrieve the cooldown amount that is boosted from the player stats. So let's see how we can get there. So every weapon should have an owner right here, and then from there we can retrieve the stat. So this is going to be, if we can attack, then cooldown is refreshed, and then when we refresh the cooldown, we will also do owner dot get get stats owner stats cooldown, and so this should be minus, right? How does the cooldown work? It's percentage based, is it? I actually don't remember. Let's check it out. So cooldown is a percentage based reduction, I think. Modifies the duration of the cooldown between attacks, and it's percentage based. So this means that, I'll just close this other script. This means that this will not be a minus, this will be multiplication. So the cooldown stat will start at 1, and it will get reduced like 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, and so on and so forth, right? So the minimum amount that the cooldown can be reduced to is 10%. Maximum is 100%, and well, the cooldown cannot be increased above 100%. So this will be a multiplication. This is right. So the problem that we have with the weapon, right? Let me just document the changes over here. Which is, let me copy and paste this, drop it inside cooldown stat, and this is just to make it easier so when I have to create the codes for the next part, I don't take forever to remember what I'm what I was working on. Yeah, otherwise we'll get a case where it's like part 15 where it will take forever to produce the part after the work is already finished. So thanks for joining me here as I work to get part 18 out. You know, if I were to work on this alone, I'll get so many distractions on my phone. It's mostly my phone, right? And then just going to YouTube and watching videos halfway through coding. So when I'm streaming, it's a little harder to do that, right? Because I'm showing my face, and then you gotta put on a little pretense like I'm very hardworking, which I am, but I get distracted. So streaming actually helps me to get work done a lot better. I was actually thinking about whether I should stream myself when I'm doing other kinds of work, like for example if I'm doing web development coding, or if I'm doing websites. For Jonathan, he's gonna be doing a new series on creating your own portfolio, and we're gonna release a video very soon on that. Okay, I'll let the video announce what we're gonna do with the web series, but it'll be pretty exciting because we'll be giving out free stuff. So do keep your eyes peeled for when the video drops. Probably it's gonna drop tomorrow or on Saturday. So then once we get the video edited and properly done, we'll put it out and you will see what it's about. So thanks for joining me on this stream. It's always great to not have to code by myself. So for the cooldown stat, the problem is that we have a lot of different weapon classes. So we also have to make sure that all of these weapon classes implement the cooldown stat properly. So let's look at wherever there's a cooldown. Let me just search for cooldown over here. Database stats cooldown. Okay, this is definitely wrong. This shouldn't be from the base stats. And this is correct. But as usual, we have to multiply this by owner, and then stats, and then cooldown. So there are two parts where the cooldown set projectile weapon. So here, this current cooldown here shouldn't be like that. It should be owner stats cooldown, which actually brings me to another point. We can just create a function for that, right? Because over here we have this is the same action everywhere. So does it make sense for us to rewrite this formula again? So I think we can. Okay, let's look at the rest of the code first to see whether it makes sense. Create a function for this. This will be owner stats cooldown. Sorry, not this should be current stats cooldown times owner stats cooldown. Same expression again. Let me look at the other weapons, the scripts for the other weapons, and see whether there is whether the cooldown whether it implements its own cooldown. So let me show you one thing that's cool. So right now my problem is that I want to find particular expression in all the weapons that I have, right? So what I like to do usually is I like to right click on my project folder and do show and explorer here, and then from here let me just show you So right click and then show in Explorer. For Mac, could be shown in Finder. And then from here, I like to hold Shift and then right click, and then this opens up PowerShell for Windows users. For Mac users, you gotta find a way to open Terminal. And the expression is different anyway. So for Windows only, let me see if I can increase the font size here. So for Windows, right, this is a very useful expression. It's called find string. And this is how it looks like. So I can do a find string like that. And then it's /s/c. And what I want to find is anything that's related to cooldown, right? Let me just increase the size of the text so that it shows better on the stream. Let me try this again. Okay, so PowerShell window, find string /s/c cooldown. So this goes over the next line, and then after that, star.cs, because C# files are .cs, right? So this will find me all the pieces of code that have cooldown inside, and then from here, I can find every part of every piece of code that changes the cooldown. And then from there, these are all the lines I gotta update. If you notice, projectile weapon has been updated. Aura as well. We have to update Aura. And that should be about it. Oh, the whip as well. So we've got to update lightning ring, we got to update aura, and then we got to update whip weapon. So this is a very fast way for us to figure out which parts of our code set the cooldowns themselves. And yeah. So because all of these expressions are the same, right? I'm just gonna create a function as well that refreshes the cooldown of the weapon, so that then I can just, whenever I want to change, let's say, the cooldown formula, I can just call this function. So let me just find a little spot over here, get damage, get stats, and then refreshes the cooldown of the weapon. And then public virtual void, because it doesn't return anything, and refresh cooldown. And what this does is this takes the current cooldown and then it adds the weapon stats, right? Current stats, cooldown, and then multiply it by the owner's cooldown stat. Maybe we can, instead of having it return void, let's make it return bool instead, because every time we refresh the cooldown, right, we actually also want to see whether the cooldown is able to be refreshed first. So if the cooldown is more than 0, there's no point refreshing the cooldown. Refreshes the cooldown of the weapon if it is less than, only if it is less than 0. So if the cooldown is successfully refreshed, we will then do a So if the cooldown is successfully refreshed, we return true, otherwise we will return false. So this is kind of also a way for us to check whether the weapon has been cooled down. Wait, actually this is already here, right? Okay, so over here we have the formula already. So I'm thinking whether we want to also do the refresh cooldown here. this is more of an architectural thing, so I'm spending a bit more time to think through how the code should be organized. It will take me longer to code stuff, but in the long run, this is going to help my framework become more efficient, which means that in the long run, I'll be able to code faster. You're just gonna take my word for that it works. But I can tell you that it works. So usually when I code projects, what I find is that the first when I'm creating the systems, usually it takes very long for me to figure out what I want to do. But then once the systems are created, then everything just gets developed very fast. So you will start to see when the stat system is set up and you use our project files to create your own game, you'll see it's gonna become relatively easy to create weapons. But of course the system was difficult to create, but after the systems are created, then it's gonna be, that's the whole idea, right? To make things easy in the long run, instead of just trying to create whatever that we want to create now. That's the difficulty when it comes to coding video games. You have to think through the systems, otherwise it's going to be very hard for your game to scale. Scaling means you add more features, so it might be easy to create, say, a game with 5 weapons, but if you want to create a game with 100 weapons, then the way that you code it has got to change, because otherwise everything is going to get clustered together, and then you're going to have a lot of bugs because you don't have a proper system. So then different features, different weapon behaviors will clash with one another a lot more than they need to. So I'm thinking through how to implement the cooldown refresh now, because the refreshing of the cooldown, there is a particular system, there's a particular formula to it, and I'm thinking of what is the most efficient way to put that into the game in a way that makes it so that the game is expandable as it's very easy to expand, very easy to scale. I'm sorry, my Visual Studio window is not showing, huh? Okay, there we go. So now the code is showing. Let me just make sure that everything else is working as well. Okay, great. So as I was saying, I was trying to find a good way to implement this, because we use this line a lot, and we already have this in the attack function. So we actually can just call the attack function to see whether the attack is able to go through. Then we don't have to do all of this other stuff. Maybe might be a good idea to just put this formula there, and then without the, okay, let's try this out. So a function here called refresh cooldown, this is going to just add whatever the cooldown stat is to the current cooldown of the weapon, and from here I can just replace every part that updates the cooldown with refresh cooldown. So this would be refresh cooldown, and then everywhere else that changes the cooldown will call refresh cooldown as well. So if current cooldown is less than 0, we refresh cooldown. So I'm gonna add an optional parameter to refresh cooldown that makes it so that when we have this strict parameter here, and if strict is true, then we only refresh when the cooldown is less than 0. I'm gonna show you how this works out later. So this refreshes the cooldown, and I'm gonna change this to a boolean again. So return true. And what we will do is we will check whether strict, if it's strict and current cooldown is more than 0, then we return false. So insert that when strict is enabled and the cooldown is not yet finished, do not refresh the cooldown. So this is just to give us a couple of ways to use the function so that we can shorten our codes a little bit more. So for example, over here, refresh cooldown, this will refresh the cooldown regardless, because in can attack we've already checked whether the attack is cooldown. Alright, so can attack over here checked for the cooldown. In projectile weapon though, we can change this so that we can say, we can make this strict. So this will be true. And let me see anywhere else. We update the cooldown over here. So over here, same thing. We refresh the cooldown and it's strict as well. So we only refresh the cooldown if the cooldown is less than 0. And let's see anywhere else. Is there anywhere else we have to refresh the cooldown? Not for projectile weapon. So in our search just now, we found a couple of other weapons that refresh their cooldowns manually, right? This depends on how you implement the weapon, correct? So not all weapons we have to modify, only the lightning ring, because lightning ring refreshes its own cooldown. So right here, this will be refresh cooldown and strict. And then same thing here. Once the lightning ring fires, it's gonna update the cooldown, right? So this will be refresh cooldown and then not strict over here. Why is it not strict? Because we've checked over here that the current cooldown is less than 0 first before we refresh the cooldown. And okay, where else? Where else do we have to update code? Let's look at aura. Aura is under weapon effects. And aura. So some cooldown shenanigans here. Weapon gets stats. And then stats cooldown. So these are the stats of the weapon, right? And this has to be multiplied by, there is an owner somewhere, correct? The aura has an owner, if I'm not mistaken. So weapon effect, and then we have an owner here. Okay, so because the item over here has owner and capital letter, I'm just gonna maintain parity with this. Oh, I can just make this private, right? And then I'll just add a getter over here. Okay, this is just to make it so that the names are consistent across different classes, alright? So sometimes if the owner is small case and sometimes if it's uppercase, it gets confusing. And this is what we want to avoid when we are creating systems. We want to always make sure to follow the same conventions across everything that we code for. So we need to get the stat of the owner, which is so weapon effect is the parent class of aura. So then, because we are modifying how the owner is retrieved, we have to modify the weapon effect, the parent class, directly. So then this would be weapon.getStats, and then this will be owner dot okay, give me a moment, because in weapon this is protected, right? So let me make this protected. Then inside aura, we can either use smaller case owner or larger case owner, it's up to you. And owner stats, and then cooldown. Okay, this shouldn't be multiplied here, this should be multiplied here. Weapon get stats gives us the actual stats, right? Returns current stats. Okay, this is about right. Okay, this is right, yeah. And okay, so I think the aura is set up. And what else do we have? We have the whip, right? Why does the weapon still have current cooldown? Let me just clear this. Research. Let's clear everything and then let's just do the search again. Current cooldown is less than 0. Why do we still have this? This doesn't make sense. Current cooldown equals current stats dot cooldown. Current stats dot cooldown. Okay, so I missed this one out. So this should be refresh cooldown, right? Refresh cooldown. Not strict. And there we go. So the last weapon is the whip that we want to modify. Okay, we can't make this protected because this breaks the rest of our codes. So let's do a hide in inspector here. Okay, let's just keep it as it is, but this will be just so that it makes it possible to access owner using capital letter as well. This maintains consistency between naming conventions across different classes. So later on, we will look through the code, everything, and then we will just standardize the access names. So for example, owner is always going to be accessible using capital O or small o, and a bunch of other things, so that when you code weapons and all that stuff, there is a level of consistency with how you can structure your code and organize your code. Oh man, what is this music? So the last weapon we have to change is the whip right here. So then we just gotta update this with the whip to use refresh cooldown as well. So let me just find the file for the whip weapon. Okay, it's found. So whip weapon is here, cooldown, and then over here we wanna refresh the cooldown. So refresh the cooldown and then strict is false. Because we've already have a check over here. So if you cannot attack, then this returns false. And you cannot attack if the cooldown is not cooldown. So we don't have to check whether the weapon is cooldown first before refreshing the cooldown. Actually, this applies to the projectile weapon as well, right? This can be false. Oh, no, sorry. This should be true. My bad. And this will be false here. Oh no, this should be true, right? Does it make sense for it to be false? And what else? What else do we have? I think that's about it, right? Cool down. Over here, same thing. This would be refresh, cool down, true. Okay, that's about it. So let's just do a final check. Let's just search for current cooldown this time. And you'll find that a lot less of the scripts directly access that. This one has current cooldown. Goes less than. Okay, it's fine. So everything should be working as intended. Let's test out the weapons and see if they are working normally now. So the stats show up properly. It's a whip. Oh, why do I have 2 whips right away now? Now I have 3 whips with 1 level up, which is wacky, which means that my amount formula is wrong. Amount over here starts with 1, right? Shouldn't be the case. So this should be... Let's look at the amount stat in Vampire Survivors. Amount starts with 0, right? But then for our character data, we've made a mistake and we started the amount at 1. So under characters here, I'm just gonna find all the characters, and under amount should start with 0. Should never start with 1 here. Okay, my mistake. So now the projectiles shouldn't spawn multiples. Okay, it's just 1 whip, right? Shouldn't be 2 of them. So previously, if the amount was higher, then it will spawn a lot of whips. So the whip is working properly. Let's test out the other stuff. Let's get wings. Whip. Knife. Let's see knife. Garlic. Knife again. All the weapons seem to be working fine. So all our systems are working well. I'm just running out of weapons now. So we just want to test out lightning ring. I'm not sure if it's inside the possible weapons. I think it's not. That's why I don't see any lightning rings. Available weapons is 6. So why don't I have lightning ring appearing? I have 3 weapons, right? I just want to get a lightning ring before we move on. Okay, there we go. So let's see if lightning ring works properly. It doesn't seem to be firing. So let's check the cooldown. Cooldown is really long when the weapon is first acquired. Seems like. Okay, now lightning is working. There we go. So the problem is just that when you first acquire a weapon, it takes a while for the weapon to fire. So there must be something wrong with the weapon formula somewhere. So if you recall, when I get the lightning ring the first time, for example, right, the cooldown is just really long. So I've gotten the formula wrong somewhere. I've got to find out where. Let me get X, and then let's look at the cooldown for the X. Let's try this again. I missed pressing the pause button at the right time. So whip. So the whip takes a while to come out. Let's check out the cooldown. So the cooldown is 2 seconds, right? Does the whip have a 2-second cooldown? In the first level, the whip has 1 second cooldown, but then the whip takes 2 seconds to start the first time. So we've got to figure out why. Because this is not normal, right? For the whip to have 2 seconds of cooldown. But once it fires, it always goes back to the correct value. It's just the first time it gets the wrong value. So we've got to find out why. What's going on here. So might this have to do with the weapon? Current stats, base stats, current cooldown. I'm just checking for the initialize function over here, what's going on with the cooldown. Maybe we shouldn't have made that change. What if I don't set the cooldown? What will this be? Current cooldown. If I set refresh cooldown be true, I hope this fixes the problem. So I'm trying to fix a problem where the weapon, when it's activated, it takes twice the amount of time to fire the first time. I'm trying to figure out why.
Video downloads, you can watch anytime, anywhere. Try 1 month free of charge.
So like the X, for example, the first time I get it, the cooldown is super long, really, really long. It's like it's double the amount of time that it usually takes. So the cooldown over here is 3 seconds. Does the X have 3 seconds of cooldown? It's 4 seconds. This is correct. So this is fine, but then when I set this to false, then the cooldown increases beyond 4 seconds for the X. See, so now it's really long. There was about 8 seconds, right? So there's a little bug with this refresh cooldown function. So knife is the same thing, so I'm gonna just pause and you'll see the knife has a really high cooldown, which I'm not figuring why it's the case. Maybe initialize is being called twice. Maybe that's why, huh? What is calling initialize twice? So I know that just changing this to true will fix the issue, but I also want to weed out any inefficiency that I have in my code, because again, this all benefits the entire project in the long run. I spend a lot of time making sure the system is stable before we move on to creating new features. It's a healthier way of developing your game. So I suspect initialize is firing twice, which is why we get double the cooldown. So let's find out why initialize is firing multiple times. Initialize called for this weapon. So let's play this and let's see what's going on. So you will see initialize called for knife, and then initialize is called for knife again. So this is called once when the weapon is added, and it's called one more time when the weapon starts. So this is unnecessary, right? Don't initialize the weapon if the weapon data is not assigned. Okay, we don't have to call this because it's firing twice. It's redundant. How did I know? So what I was looking at is I was looking at these two prints, right? And then from here you can see that you can see where initialize is being called from. In this case here, initialize is being called from the start function of weapon. But beforehand, if you look at play inventory, right, when you add the weapon using play inventory, it also calls initialize. So we are calling initialize twice, which is why we have this little behavior over here. So if we just leave our code in a mess, then over time there's a higher likelihood of bugs appearing, which is why, again, why I want to make sure that everything is organized and everything is as efficient as possible. When you have a lot of scripts, then it becomes harder to manage. So it's even more important that you keep everything organized and neat and bug free. Even when there are no bugs, no major bugs, if there is something that's inefficient, it's always good to remove it. So I am thinking if I can just remove this code here. Maybe we can just remove this. It shouldn't be any problem, right? With how the game functions. Our weapons still work? Or maybe not. No, it doesn't work. I got it. So we don't actually have to call initialize here, my bad. Because this is called by the weapon itself whenever it's added onto the game. So we don't actually have to do this, so we can just remove this line here as well. And that will fix the issue of this firing more than once. So let's test this out and see if everything is working as intended. Now, why is there a null reference exception now? Seems like there's no reference unless I call initialize on both sides. If I remove the initialize here, it breaks the code as well. So I can't remove this here as well. Now reference exception with get spawn angle. This is line 11. Movement. So I guess we have to call initialize more than once. Otherwise the movement will not get registered. So we have to keep the start here as well. No, I just don't like initialize being called more than once. It's just not a very efficient way to do things. We have to find a better way to reference play inventory in the future, as this is inefficient. Well, this actually can be changed to get component in parent, right? So can this. Because anyway, all the items are attached to the parent. Get component and parent. Projectile weapon update. Line level. Weapon line 98. What's going on here? So when I set this find objective type, everything works. Not when. Not otherwise. So I'm just trying to figure out why I can't do a get component and parent and play inventory. Does it make sense? Just gives me a null. Even though this is attached to the player. I'm sorry I missed your message, Mr. Coco. If you're still here, I do web development, and so I teach programming and I do web development for clients. So I make websites, I host websites, I make websites for clients, I solve their IT issues, and I make games as a hobby. That's who I am. I probably need to have a chat notification system, right? So that I don't miss your chat messages. So sorry about missing a message. Let me just pop out the chat so it makes it more obvious when there is a chat message. Okay, so we got a move initialized over here. I'll keep that. You know, actually we should remove this and see whether this works. That will fix a lot of our problems. But why do I get null reference when I do this? Weapon update, but start should fire first, no? Why does update fire first? You know, I'm just gonna get the codes for, but it's tied to the weapon cooldown, right? Okay, never mind, ignore me, I'm just thinking out loud.
Premium je YouTube bez reklam a videa bez reklam v aplikaci YouTube Kids. Zkuste na 1 měsíc za 0 korun.
Awake. Start, update. This all is correct. So where is the null reference exception coming from? Owner is now. Owner is now. Why is owner now? The owner is now because find objective type doesn't work. There's a now reference here. Play inventory line 22 is a now reference.
A k tomu aplikace YouTube Music. Vyzkoušejte na jeden měsíc za 0 korun.
Ah, looks like it works now. Does weapon still take double the amount of time to initialize? Let's try again. Let's see. So what I was doing is I was trying to fix a bug that was causing the initialize function in the weapon to run twice. It's not a big bug, it's just a small inefficiency, but like I said, I like to remove inefficiencies in my code as soon as I as soon as I see them. I don't want to wait until I have a whole bunch of errors to fix my bugs. It's always good to find little inefficiencies in your code and remove these inefficiencies as much as you can. So what I'm doing now is I'm just checking if the initialize function is really run once for a weapon that is just created. So I'm checking the cooldown to see if the cooldown is the regular value or is it higher than usual. So the whip, for example, right, has a cooldown of 1.35. So when I start the game, the whip shouldn't have a cooldown that's higher than 1.35. And it seems to be fine. So I think I fixed the issue. So, okay, let me just document this whole thing very quickly. So initialize should always be called only once. That should be how it is. And I don't think I need a wake function as well, right? Because I don't need to initialize my weapon myself. The play inventory initializes the weapon for me. So it initializes the weapon for me. That means I do not have to use this. Let's see if this causes any error. Sorry. Okay, if I remove that, then the garlic controller is gone. So I can remove a wig actually. I don't need this. And I also, then I can move this, initialize right after I set the parent like this. And I think this fixes everything.
Pořiďte si ho jen za 299 korun na prvních 6 měsíců na Vodafone.cz. Vodafone.
Let's just play the game a little while and then let's test out our systems. Make sure that all the weapons are working fine and then we can move on to the next step. So whip. What else? More whip. Okay, everything works fine. So I've just removed and reorganized the code a little bit because initially when I started creating the weapon system, I used a different way to start up the weapons because I manually attached the weapons to the player. But now because the weapons are all created using the player inventory, we don't need those anymore. Okay, so let me just document all the changes. Let me head over to the block. And document everything.
Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro offline a přehrávat skladby na puze? Získejte YouTube Music Preview.
And then this changes the refresh cooldown, right? Changes here, the refresh cooldown. And finally, and initialize. This will be refresh cooldown.
YouTube Preview neřešíte reklamy, takže dětské skladby můžou hrát bez přestání. Získejte YouTube Music Preview.
Oh, this can be just empty. It doesn't need to be false. Plus, for refresh cooldown, the default value is false. So if you want to call it with a false parameter, you can just leave it empty and it'll default to false. So the weapons that were changed were the whip weapon, the aura, projectile weapon, and lightning ring weapon. And lightning ring, same thing. Lightning ring. Don't need the force here.
Z 80 milionů oficiálních skladeb nemusíte poslouchat stejnou hudbu dvakrát. Získejte YouTube Music Video.
So this is the lightning ring. Let's do the whip as well.
Chcete sjíždět K-pop, i když máte vypnutou obrazovku nebo používáte jiné aplikace? Získejte YouTube Music Premium.
Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro offline a přehrávat skladby na pozadí? Získejte YouTube Music Preview.
Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. Try 1 month free of charge.
I'm gonna head off stream for a while. I'm gonna make myself a beverage. I'll come back in around 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and exclusive access to all things VIP. Try 1 month free of charge. YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and video downloads you can watch anytime, anywhere. Try 1 month free of charge.
aplikace YouTube Music. Vyzkoušejte na 1 měsíc za 0 korun.
Hi Frank. Sorry I was muted just now. So yeah, I was away for a while. I was making myself a cup of beverage and thinking about how I could design the refresh cooldown function. Let me show you. So just now we were implementing the cooldown stat. So the cooldown stat basically is a value that goes from that goes from 100% all the way to 10%, right? So if you look at Vampire Survivors cooldown here, it goes from 100 to 10%. So whenever you get an item that reduces the cooldown, I think it reduces the cooldown by 5% or 10% or something. So what we were working on was implementing this into our weapons. So to do that, we had a refresh cooldown function right here. And what this does is that it checks if your cooldown is less than 0. If it's less than 0, it just refreshes your cooldown to whatever the cooldown amount is. So you call refresh cooldown whenever the weapon fires. So then there are a couple of instances where the cooldown will fire. So what we are doing now is that whenever we refresh the cooldown, we are adding whatever the stat of the weapon is to the current cooldown. The reason why we are adding and we are not just assigning is because when the cooldown ticks down, right, it's possible for the cooldown to go below 0. So if say I have a weapon that maybe takes 1.5 seconds to cool down, and 1 frame of my game may be 0.2 seconds. For just a bad example, but let's say if every frame my game is 5 frames a second, so then every frame is 0.2 seconds, right? If my weapon has a cooldown of 1.5, it's gonna go from 1.5, 1.3, 1.1, 0.9, 0.7, 0.5, 0.3, 0.1, and then all the way down to minus 0.1. So if I just set the cooldown back to 1.5, that means that the effective cooldown a weapon has is 0.1 seconds more. So by adding to the existing cooldown, we are also factoring in what if the weapon or this function is firing when 1 frame causes us to go below the maximum amount of cooldown that we have. So this makes it so that you don't get extra microseconds or milliseconds added just because, you know, your frame rate is a bit different from the cooldown of the weapon. So adding the cooldown presents a couple of issues though. If we set this cooldown directly, no matter what we do, the cooldown will always be set to the current so if we do an add, for example, and we accidentally fire this function more than once, so the weapon, let's say if it has a cooldown 1.5 seconds, right, if you call this 2 times, the cooldown becomes 3 seconds. So this was the problem that I was trying to fix just now, and I was thinking about how can I
And the YouTube
make so
Try one
initially this function was made because otherwise we will have to write this line in a lot of the weapons, and it's unnecessary for us to repeat code. Whenever you see code that's repeated and the logic is pretty complex, right, it's best to put this in a function, so that in the future, whenever we want to change the logic of the cooldown, we can just go to this function here and change the logic instead of having to find codes from 5 different scripts and modifying the formula one by one. So then I was also thinking about how we can structure this function so that it's useful to more instances, right? Because in a game, usually, you know, like functions are just actions, right? And then if we're gonna turn this into action, we want to make it so that it's designed so that it can apply to as many use cases as possible. So when I was coding just now and making my drink just now, I was thinking about how I can redesign this function, and I have a couple of ideas. So I'm just gonna run through what I thought about when I was making my drink just now. I'm gonna just implement. What I mean is I'm gonna implement this, and after I implement it, then I'll just run through my thought process behind why I'm doing whatever I'm doing here. And also I'm also documenting whatever I do here in the article, so that once I finish this, I can just touch up the article a little bit and we can push out part 18. So the first thing I was thinking about is refresh cooldown is actually not a very good name here, because usually when you say refresh, you're setting the cooldown back to 0, right? Whereas for us, we are not setting the cooldown back to 0, we are activating the cooldown of a weapon, right? So it is best if we change the name over here to activate cooldown. I'm just a stickler for words, right? Sorry. So the other thing I was thinking about it is also when I create functions, usually I want them to be as bug proof as possible. And one thing I thought about was this is gonna cause bugs, because if we accidentally call this multiple times and we set this boolean to false, it's just gonna reset the cooldown. So which is why I added this strict boolean here, so that we can check whether the cooldown is less than 0, and it only fires if it's less than 0. But it's still possible for bugs or missteps or whatever to occur if you call activate cooldown and you set the argument here to true. You can call this multiple times and you can push up the value of the cooldown to very high values. So it's best for us to prevent that as well. So to that end, we can do something like this. So we are still adding to the existing cooldown, but we are also setting a ceiling for the value of the cooldown. And the ceiling is gonna be current stats. Oh, my bad. Let's create a float. The cooldown will be equals to current stats. Cooldown times owner.stats. Cooldown. And then current cooldown, and you add cooldown equals to current cooldown times current cooldown plus cooldown,
Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro
and
offline
then
a
math
přehrávat
f,
si na pozadí, získejte YouTube Music
pick the smaller number, so it's between cooldown and this. So I've written all my thoughts in the comments. So we want this function to be bug proof in the sense that we don't want the current cooldown to be able to increase above the actual cooldown. So what this means is that we are still going to add the current cooldown to it, but after that, so we're gonna add the actual cooldown to it, but I'm rewriting this so that it looks like this instead. And then I'm gonna do a math f minimum. So if the sum over here, right, increases the cooldown above the actual cooldown, then we will use the actual cooldown instead. So for example, if I call activate cooldown, and we call activate cooldown when let's say the cooldown is still like 0.5 seconds left, but the cooldown itself is only 2 seconds, right? So if we take 0.5 plus 2, then this will increase the cooldown to 2.5 seconds, which is above the limit, so then we will reduce it down to 2 seconds. So because it's possible to activate the cooldown when the previous cooldown has not finished, and this limits, you know, if you call activate cooldown multiple times, it limits the value that the current cooldown can increase to. So I've got to update the blog as well now, so that I reflect the changes I've made. So let me just copy all the updated codes inside here. And then to update the rest of my code as well.
S YouTube Premium neřešíte reklamy, takže dětské skladby můžou hrát bez přestávky. Získejte YouTube Music Premium. Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro offline a přehrávat skladby na pozadí? Získejte YouTube Music Premium. Premium neřešíte reklamy, takže dětské skladby můžou hrát bez přestání. Získejte YouTube Music Premium.
Premium je YouTube bez reklam a videa bez reklam v aplikaci YouTube Kids. Zkuste na 1 měsíc za 0 korun.
80 miliony oficiálních skladeb nemusíte poslouchat stejnou hudbu dvakrát. Získejte YouTube Music Video.
Okay, I think I'm done documenting everything. So let's move on to the next step. So we are done with the cooldown stat, and we've also tested everything to ensure that it runs. So let's just test everything one more time and ensure that everything works as it should be. Let me see if play inventory is updated. So we've got to move this down. And yeah, let's test this out. Shouldn't be any null reference exceptions. So later at the end, we also remove all of these other prints just to clean up our console. And again, let's see if all the weapons work as they should. Okay, everything looks great. Okay, let's move on to the next stat. So we were done with the cooldown stat, and the next stat will be, oh, cooldown is all the way down here, and luck. Oh, luck is gonna be a complex one. I've gotta take a look at how luck works in Vampire Survivors. Let me just have a read. It modifies the chances of certain things, such as the drop chance of most pickups, and the chances of treasure chests being of higher quality. Let's dive in deeper. So the player has 100% base luck before modifications, such as character bonuses or power-ups. Luck stat in the stat panel is given as difference to the base luck, meaning if the luck stat of 30% equals to 130% of total luck. For example, luck modifications stack additively. There is no upper limit to how much luck the player may have. Luck increases the following: the chance of getting a fourth option to choose from when leveling up, the chance of getting pickups. So it seems like there is a base luck stat, and then there are stat additions, which might mean that we have to change the way the stats are coded, man. Not fun. So characters have a base stat, and then after that, the stat increases percentage based.
It's ad-free YouTube and the YouTube gap altogether. Try 1 month free of charge.
How does this work? What is the base stat value and base luck value? Oh wait, no, luck is just... Okay, I think I get it now. So luck is just a percentage, and it starts at 100. Or in other words, luck starts at 1. So if we go to any character data, the luck is just a value like that. And, well, you can increase or decrease it. Why is it that the stats here are not shown using knobs? Save stats, character data, stats. Give me a moment, yeah, I'm just working out some details, because over here I have stuff like range and whatever, so it doesn't seem to be reflecting inside the character data. Because if you look at the stat itself inside here for the player, the stat actually... Oh, that's because sorry, I'm on debug mode. So some of them should be knobs because I've configured them as such. So you will see luck always starts at 1, and then it increases. 1 is just 100%, right? And it increases whatever. So we have to tie the luck stat to pickups and to the number of weapon spawns as well for every level. So let me just find what the formula is, and then we can implement these changes. The luck stat. So mechanics, it is possible to sometimes gain 4 item choices upon leveling up. This depends on the character's luck. The chance to receive a 4th option is 1 minus 1 over total luck. So if your luck is 100%, then there is no chance of getting a 4th option. So this means I guess we have to change the upgrade window as well. Okay, let's give the upgrade window an upgrade then. Pun totally not intended. Let's disable the pause screen. So this is the upgrade window. And we have 4 options, right? Okay, let me just document this. Next stat that we're working on is luck. Next stat, luck. Luck step. So let's work out the level up screen. My question is, how can I improve upon it? This is gonna take some time as well. So previously it was determined by the player inventory, right? And then because there are UI upgrade options over here. So if we're gonna upgrade this, that means that we have to recode this entire part here, which is not a bad idea, I guess. But it will take me some thinking, so this means that I'm gonna have to do some thinking as to how to redesign the level up screen. Level up screen. I'm planning to turn this into a prefab just like the UI stat display, by the way. What other things does the luck stat affect? High-rarity pickups. I guess instead of implementing the redesign of the level up screen, which is gonna be an entire part by itself, let's just implement two things over here. Let's just make it so that it increases the chance of a pickup spawning.
A k tomu aplikace YouTube Music. Vyzkoušejte na 1 měsíc za 0 korun.
And the treasure chest level. So instead of having the treasure chest just planted on the screen, on the scene, I mean, let me instead of just having, so currently in the scene, right, we just have a treasure chest that's planted here. So instead of having the treasure chest just being planted on the scene, we will make it so that the treasure chest will be spawned. There's a chance that it will spawn when we kill an enemy. So let's check out how this is done at the moment. Enemy stats. Drop manager. So it's done by drop manager. Drop manager. Drop rate manager. Are pickups affected by luck, like the gems and stuff? Pickups. Drop rate affected by luck? No.
A k tomu Vyzkoušejte na 1 měsíc za 0 korun.
You know what? It seems like luck is so tightly tied up with other mechanics. Level chance times total luck. Okay, I think we'll implement the luck formulas in future. So for the luck stat, as it is tightly tied together with other mechanics, we will factor the luck stat in when we are working on these mechanics future parts. Okay, otherwise if we just start working on the luck parts, we go on forever. So let's get this part out finished first. Okay, so next thing, after what's next step? So we have greed, we have curse, magnet, and revival. I think only magnet is, let me see. So there's greed and curse, we haven't implemented it yet, so we can just ignore those at the moment. Greed is the amount of gold, right, that you get. Amount of gold coins, okay, we haven't implemented gold coins, so let's drop these stats and then curse. Curse is one of the stats in Vampire Survivors. It buffs enemy speed, health, spawn frequency, and quantity. The player has 100% base curse. Okay, so curse is tied together with the enemy spawning mechanic as well. So for greed, curse, and luck, we will have to implement them in future builds. So luck, greed, and curse. So greed, we will implement greed in the future when we implement gold coins and permanent upgrade system in future. Curse will be looked at again when we work on the enemy, on the new enemy spawning system. Okay, so the last magnet I think is already implemented. Let me just double check, see if this is the case. So for me, we'll find string and let's search for magnet. So magnet is implemented already, so there should be no problem with that. So the last step that we have to implement is just revival. And revival, I guess, is simpler.
Try 1 month free of charge.
Okay, so let's implement revival, and then after that we'll create the passive items to support all of these different stats. And then we will see whether the stats update themselves after that. So let's implement revival. I actually don't remember how revival works in Vampire Survivors. How do we get tiramisu inside Vampire Survivors? Tirajisu. Let's find a video of that. Gotta unlock Tirajisu. Okay, maybe I'll just play a game of Vampire Survivors, and then we'll get Tirajisu, and then we'll see how it looks like, because I have no idea how it looks like, and it's a little hard to code when I have no idea how it looks like. So I'm gonna let's get a game in. So I want to see how it looks like and whether it stays in inventory, whether it shows up in inventory, like the item, or whether it just goes away or something. I think Tirajisu is tied to an item, right? So okay, let's see how it works. What's the fastest way to get a Tirajisu? Let's see what is the fastest way to do it. Oh, there will be a revive button. How should we do this? This sounds like a lot of work as well. And it can be just dedicated to one whole part.
And YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free of charge.
I guess we can just implement a simple we can just do a simple implementation now. So we have kill function right over here. How does it look like when we have a game over? I'm gonna let the bats kill me, and then we'll see how it looks like. So we get a game over screen, time survived, level reached. Let's just keep things simple for now. When the player dies, let's just refill the player's health for now, and then we will come back and we will improve upon this in a later part, because let's just set up the stats as much as we can, and then we can move on to developing other features in the series, because a lot of our stats, some of our stats require us to have more features in our game before we're able to implement it. So under kill here, what I'm gonna do is check if okay, we have to go back to Unity, and let's just create some passive items for ourselves. So we had palm roller, we had spinach, we had wings. Let's create one for health, right? The health item is max health. It's called hollow heart, right? Power up. Oh, it's not called. It's just. I'm sure there's a weapon for this. There's a name of there is a name for this weapon, right? Weapons. Explore. Player stats. Hollow heart. Hollow heart is passive item. The passive item. So we have spinach. We don't have armor, right? So let's get armor. So passive items, if you recall, are very easy to do. It's just gonna duplicate wings, Control C, and then Control V. That doesn't work. Okay, that doesn't work. So how about copy path? Okay, it doesn't work as well. That means I've got to open this up. Passive items, and then let me just copy and paste wings, and then let's call this armor. So armor increases the armor stat. What a surprise. Armor. Let's find a suitable sprite. Okay, let's use this shield over here. Armor. Everything should be 0, and then the armor here is just 1, right? Increases the armor stat by 1. And up to 5. So 1. Let's call this armor. And then the description of that will be, it reduces incoming damage by 1. We don't have any retaliatory damage at the moment, so we are just reducing damage that's dealt. So level 2. Description is the same for all the levels, so I can just copy this and paste, and then again armor, set this to 1, movement speed will be 0, and then I can just delete the rest of the levels because all the levels have the same increment. So I'll just at level 2, and then I'll just duplicate, and duplicate. So then this is level 3, and then this is level 4, and then over here we have level 5. So we just gotta rinse and repeat and do this over and over again all the way until we get all the passives up. So I'm gonna create one for wings is done, spinach is done, spinach, armor. Let's create a heart. So heart will be, it's called hollow heart. So I'm gonna go to passive items again, folder, and then copy, paste, and then hollow heart, and then go back to Unity, and then again same thing. I'll just set the stats. So hollow heart augments max health by 20%. Oh, max health increases by 20%. It's not a fixed value, huh? One 1.2 times max health. Do different characters have different max health? Oh, every character's max health base value of max health 100. So it looks like with health it's a little bit messy, right? Because it has both percentage increments as well as flat values, which is what makes it tricky.
Bez reklam a videa bez reklam v aplikaci YouTube Kids. Zkuste na jeden měsíc za 0 korun.
What can we do about this?
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app altogether. Try 1 month free of charge.
I'm just gonna implement the max health by just putting flat values over here. So it's just gonna be 20 health every level. So in the future, we can think of other ways to improve upon this, but we'll just make things a little bit different over here. So 1.2 max health. I'll just make it 20 health every level. Increases max health by 20. And then rinse and repeat. We will duplicate this across to all the levels. So level 2, and then we have level 3, and then we have level 4, and finally we have level 5. So now we have Hollow Heart. Let's find a suitable sprite for it as well. Okay, I'm gonna use this shield as the icon for Hollow Heart. What other stats do we have? Palmer Roller is done. Empty Tomb is done. Reduces cooldown of weapons by 8. So this will be, again, let's go to passive items. And Empty Tomb. From here, this will be Empty Tomb. Reduces cooldown of all weapons by 8%. So this will just be, under cooldown here, this will be minus 0.08, right? Because 8%. And that's all. And under the levels, again, remove all the extra levels. And then for level 2, this will be reduces cooldown by 8% as well. So cooldown minus 0.08. And then I'll duplicate these. Passives are really easy to do, right? Because it's just the same values over and over again. So there we have Empty Tomb and Candelabra. I don't know how to say that. Anyway, let's assign an icon to the Empty Tomb first. And next one will be Candelabra. That's quite a mouthful, Candelabra. Let me see if I spelled it wrong. Candelabra. So this reduces. What does this reduce? This augments the area of. Oh, I don't think we implemented the area stat, right? Which means we gotta do that. Area stat. We didn't properly do the area stat. Duration as well, we didn't implement that. Anyway, let's do the Candelabra first. So this will be Candelabra. And increases area of effect of attacks by 10%. So 0 out the recovery, area will be 10%, so 0.1. And then we duplicate this over to our stats here. So this will be area, again 0.1, everything else is 0. And then we remove, and we duplicate the array element here. So level 3, and this is level 4, and this is level 5. So let's implement the area stat that we missed out. Let's just search our scripts to find the stats, where the stats are used. Area, current stats area. I think none of our weapons do the area thing now, right? Only lightning ring takes area into account. Let's add the area stat into our documentation. Area stat. So the lightning ring for the area, right? You know, let's create a get area function as well for the weapon. Including modifications for the player's stats. So this will be virtual float get area. And this will be, because the area stat is just, it starts with 100%, right? Where's the area stat? So it's 100% and it goes to 1000. So get area will just be additive. So this will be return current stats area plus owner.stats.area. And then we just have to replace all the parts of our code that use area with get area, and that will solve the problem.
Protože jen v únoru si můžeš vychutnat Big King menu za pouhých 139 kaček. Vyzkoušej 2 plátky 100% grilovaného hovězího masa, dvojitou porci cheddaru a k tomu hranolky a bezedný nápoj.
So oral weapon, projectile is affected by area as well. And then weapon, right? So let's go to lightning ring. And from there we can, under damage area here, we gotta change this. So let me just update the weapon script here. So this is the area stat. Where's my weapon script? Area stat weapon.cs. And
pomoc za YouTube Music. Vyzkoušejte na jeden měsíc za 0 korun.
Move this. And this. And this. And what we're doing is adding a new function here, right? That function is sorry, I got confused. So I'm just documenting the changes here to the weapon script. So we added a function. So add a get area function to the weapon class, then use this function to retrieve the area stat for all weapons. So this means for the lightning ring, instead of using current stats area, we will use get area. And same for the aura. Okay, let me just update the lightning ring. Yeah, the weapon script that need to be updated.
Chcete sjíždět K-pop, i když máte vypnutou obrazovku nebo používáte jiné aplikace, získejte YouTube Music Premium.
So the lightning ring needs to be updated. Lightning ring weapon. And the update is just changing current stats area to area. And what are the other weapons? That will be the projectile and the aura. So with the area stat increase, the area of projectiles and auras should both get bigger. So the aura is affected by the aura weapon. The size of the aura is affected by the aura weapon. It's only the projectile, right, that is affected by the area stat. So let's go to the aura weapon. And let's replace these with well, it's obvious what I'm gonna replace it with. So this will become float area equals to current stats, sorry, equals to get area. And then here this will be area, area, and area. This will be aura weapon.cs. It's a pre-formatted block. C#. So this is the extra line. And current stats dot area. Yeah, I'll just add these like that. And then the old code, I'll just cancel it out. Current stats dot area.
YouTube Premium je YouTube bez reklam a k tomu aplikace YouTube Music. Vyzkoušejte na jeden měsíc za 0 korun.
So this will be cancel. And that's the update for aura weapon. And then finally the projectile script. We have to update. The aura that has nothing for us to update, it seems. So it's just projectile script. So projectile will be, well, clearly it's under the scripts folder, right? Scripts, weapons, and then projectile. It's wrong. The projectile is the projectile script, not the projectile weapon script. Area, stats, area. So the projectile's size is controlled by the script itself. Prevent the area from being 0. So for the projectile script, this will become so there is a stats here already that doesn't do anything for us. So it's no, actually doesn't. So the stats here, no, the stats here are fine because you need the stat for the projectile speed, the piercing as well. It's just the area here, right? We have to change it. So area here is gonna be weapon get area. And then this will become if area is less than or equals to 0, and then we will set the area to 1. So this fixes it. So if the area is 0, it means something is wrong. Then we just set the area to 1 so that the projectile shows up. Otherwise, set the area to 0, then the projectile just disappears, which is of course never a good thing. So projectile script, this is the aura weapon script, right? Projectile script is right here. Projectile.cs. and the changes are here. This is the old line, which we want to remove. And that's it for the projectile script. So with that, we have accounted for all the area where all the area variables are being used. So the area stat is implemented. We'll test it out later. Projectile speed, we haven't implemented that as well. So let's create the bracer and then we implement the projectile speed. Duration as well, we haven't implemented, so I gotta go fast. Amount we've done, so it's just projectiles, speed, and duration of weapon effects. So projectile speed, let's. Oh, have we done projectile speed actually? We have done that, right? It's right here. Okay, let me just add a table of contents, then you can see what is going on here. Okay, sorry, this doesn't work. Let's try this. Cooldown stat, amount stat, projectile speed stat. It seems to be done. Okay, let's just change things a little bit here, huh? For projectile weapon, let's just add a get speed function. Public virtual float get speed. And this returns the projectile speed with modifications from the player's stats.
Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro offline a přehrávat skladby na pozadí? Získejte YouTube Music Premium.
Oh no. Oh, this is in projectile. It's not in projectile weapon. Projectile. So over here, this extra stuff, right? We can just change this to get speed. Like this. Oh, which also means that we don't need this part anymore, right?
Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro offline a přehrávat skladby na pozadí? Získejte YouTube Music Premium.
So this becomes, we gotta update this part as well. Get speed. This will be weapon. Get speed. And then right here as well, it's gotta cancel this. And then this will be weapon get speed. And of course here we don't need the stats, as we've just talked about. So return current stats,
Protože jen v únoru si můžeš vychutnat Big King
speed times owner stats
Vyzkoušej 2 plátky 100% grilovaného hovězího masa, dvojitou porci cheddaru a k tomu hranolky a bezedný nápoj. Tak pojď do Burger Kingu.
Oh my god, look at the knives. Oversized. What's going on with knives? Everything is oversized now. Something is going on, and I have no idea what it is. It must be the area
Proč má únor 29 dnů?
that we changed.
Jen v únoru si můžeš vychutnat Big King menu za pouhých 139 kaček. Vyzkoušej 2 plátky 100%
Oh, the area stat
hovězího masa,
is
dvojitou porci cheddaru a k tomu hranolky a bezedný nápoj. Tak pojď do Burger Kingu.
the starting area shouldn't be 1, right? It should be 0. Is it 0? That depends on whether, let's look at the stat. It starts with 100%, which means get area should be times, should be a multiplicative value, it shouldn't be a additive one. So let's go to weapon and get area. This will be multiply, and this will fix the issue. Change multiply as well, and I think everything should be fine now. Okay, whip is fine. Let's make sure the knife and everything is fine as well. This is the X, right? And X is back to its regular size. Okay, what else? we've got the weapon speed. And we also want to update the weapon script, right? I swear it's the documentation of all the changes that are the killer, right? It's not exactly the coding itself that takes a lot of time. It's just gotta document everything that I'm doing that's difficult. So the area stat over here, and sorry, we're working on the speed stat, right? And we wanted to add a get speed function to the weapon script. You know, let's not make these changes. So otherwise I gotta change all the everything inside. Let's just for the get speed, let's just ignore that. And we'll go back to the previous version, which is just manually multiplying the value like that. I think that this is pretty fine. And then we just gotta update this part here. So that way we don't have to, because the projectile speed stat was done quite a while before. And I just don't want to have to update everything below the section. Okay, so the projectile speed is fine. Let's not modify this anymore. So for the projectile speed, we just need to make sure to multiply this part as well when the velocity is set for the projectile. So right here, this will be multiplied by what was here? Weapon dot owner dot stats dot speed. So as long as this is done, and then we don't need to add speed. And let's see if there are any errors. So later we will test out all the various passive items as well to make sure that they all work. Okay, so let's create the passive for its bracer, right? So same thing. I'll go to the scriptable objects folder, passive items, and then just grab any one of the assets, and from here, bracer, and then the bracer will increase the projectile speed. So bracer increases projectile speed by 10%, right? Or whatever the value is. It should be 10%. Let's just check. I think weapon effect, we don't have any weapon that uses the duration stat at the moment, so we will not have to code that first, but we will just create an item for it as well. What kind of weapon effects are they referring to? Holy Bible and Holy Vespers. Not used for many weapons. Okay, so when we code any weapon that uses duration, then we will implement this. I guess we can create a tutorial that shows you how to create Bible, and then we can do this. It's not used on many weapons. So bracer is increased by 10%. Starting value seems is 5%, huh? Oh, max level is 5. And then the maximum is 100. Oh, rarity is 100. So 10%. So 0, speed will be 0.1. That will be the base boost. And then we'll delete all these arrays. So for level 2, increases projectile speed by 10% again. Recovery is 0. Speed is 0.1. And let's just duplicate a whole bunch of these. 3, 4, 5. So level 3, level 4, and level 5. So there we have our bracers. And then we want to pick, of course, as usual, a sprite for it. So let's go to one of our many weapon sprite sheets and find something. I'm just gonna use the gun, the gun sprite, and call it bracer. And what other stat do we have? We have a whole bunch of other weapons to create, right? Duration is not used, but let's create spellbinder. Let's create a spellbinder anyway. So scriptable objects, passive items, and then spellbinder. Spellbinder increases duration. So spellbinder here, duration is increased by 10%, right? So 0.1 for duration, recovery will be 0. I can just copy the boost over here actually and paste it inside here. This would be a pretty fast way to do it. Increases spell duration by 10%. Just increases duration by 10%. The weapon is called Spellbinder. Let me select the appropriate sprite. And so all of these things are evolving into Soul Eater, so we've got to fix that. So then same thing, we remove all the other levels. And we duplicate them. Like this, duplicate, and duplicate. So this will be level 4, level 3, and then level 5. Level 4, level 5. So that's the spellbinder, increases the duration stat. Then we have duplicator. All of this stuff is just repetitive, right? It's just the same thing over and over. Now we have the duplicator. Duplicator increases the amount of projectiles that are spawned, and that's already coded into the code. So then we just have to create the passive now. So increases amount by 1. Duplicator increases projectiles fired by 1. And then it's the same for all the levels as usual. So level 2, amount is 1. And then we'll delete all the old data. And from here, duplicate, duplicate, and duplicate. And just 5 levels, right? So level 3, level 4, and level 5. So duplicator increases the projectiles that are fired, and then what other items? We have wings. Wings is done. Attract orb, it's not done. So for duplicator, we've got to assign a sprite as well. I'm just gonna give it a different gem sprite, or maybe something else. Let's see what else do we have. I'm just gonna pick something random. Okay, a bow. Let's just create the attract orb, and then for the stats that we haven't implemented, we can implement these some other time. Okay, so let's do the last one, which is the attract orb, and then let's do the clover as well, because it increases luck, right? So attract orb, let's copy the duplicator. Attract orb, this increases your magnet stat, right? Personally, when I play the game, I never increase the magnet stat. I never understood why people want to do that. Track magnet is 30. How much does it increase? Multiplicative bonus. Okay, this one is not specified, so I guess I will just increase the attraction by 0.2 for every level. So attract orb increases attraction radius. traction radius, magnet again 0.2, and then we duplicate this to all the levels. Right, same deal. So level 3, level 4, and level 5. So level 4 and level 5. So let's select a sprite for it. Let's just run this random blue sprite here. And okay, the last one is Clover, right? So Clover. And Clover increases your luck by 10%, right? Should be 10% for every pickup. Okay, for the rest, we'll just leave it there, right? That's enough passive items already. Clover increases luck by 10%. So luck is not implemented, so we will come back to this. We'll definitely come back to this again. Increases luck by 10%, and then again you replicate this over to the rest of the level. So level 2 increases luck by 10% again. 0.1, and then we copy and paste this over. After that, we can test out and see whether the stats apply properly to all our weapons. So level 3, level 4, level 5. So with all the weapons set up, all the passives set up, let's go to the play inventory, and then let's just add all these passives over to the available passives window, and then we can start testing it out. So we have armor, we have attract all, bracer, candelabra, clover, duplicator, empty tomb, hollow heart, palm roller is in, spellbinder, spinach is in, wings are in. So now we have 11 passives. 5, we have 12 passives. I missed out one, huh? 3, 6, 9, 11. I missed out one, which is the one I missed. Hollow heart is in, palm roller is in, spellbinder is in, spinach is in, wings are in, armor, attract dot, bracer is not in. Okay, so now we have 12 passives. Let's test it out, and if they work, then I'll be done, and then I can just go and finish up the rest of part 18's article and release the video next. So let me just quickly level up. Palm roller should work. So now I get palm roller, and you see recovery changes to 0.2. We've already coded palm roller's recovery. Look like the new passives are not appearing. Bracer increases projectile speed by 10%. So you see speed here now changes 10%, and then there's no way for us to test that, huh? See whether our projectiles are flying faster, because we have no projectiles yet. Whip isn't really that kind of projectile. Okay, X. So X should fly faster now with the new speed stat. Flies higher. See that? The speed stat causes it to fly higher. Empty tomb reduces cooldown of all weapons by 8%. So now cooldown over here, there's It says minus 7 point. Okay, I'm just gonna round this off to 8 later. Something that we can fix. Why is the cooldown only? Why is it minus 7.9998? That's such a weird number. It says here 0.92, but the value here is so weird. Anyway, let's just update our script then to prevent these things from happening. Under UI stat display, where's the script?
Chcete poslouchat bez reklam, stahovat hudbu pro offline a přihrávat skladby na pozadí, získejte YouTube Music Preview.
What if I do a math F round here? Let's see if this changes things later on. So everything is working, it's just that the numbers are a little odd. That's fine. I'm gonna have to replay this and retest this. So the cooldown should be a dash because no changes yet. So then we'll just play as per normal and then we'll see how this changes the game. So we have knife now. So I'm just gonna actually, I can just modify the player stats directly and you can see that this will change the knife's speed, for example. So I'm gonna just go back to normal mode and then under actual stats of the player, if I were to increase the speed, let's say to 2, right? You will see the knives will start firing a lot faster. See that? And then if I were to change, let's say, the amount, this will change the number of knives. So over here, you can just play around with the stats over here to see if they properly work. The passives are there to kind of, whenever you pick up a new passive, this will reset all the stats. So if you change the values, this will reset it back to the original. But other than that, let's try attract all. This increases magnet 2, for example. So now our radius for the collector becomes larger. It becomes a larger radius. So everything is working as it should be. Radius is now 2. So I'm gonna play around with this a little bit more. I just wanna check the cooldown. So I wanna get an empty tomb and see whether the cooldown is still showing up as 7.99998% instead of 8%. Such a weird thing, huh? Armor is increased by 1, so armor gets updated. Let me just cheat a little bit and increase the amount. So I get a lot of whips, a lot of knives, and all that stuff. There's something wrong with the knife now, like this, the staggering is not there. Empty tomb. Let's look at the cooldown. Cooldown is now, oh gosh, it's not working now. Looks like to round the entire thing. There we go, now it's 8%. But changing the code seems to have caused the whole thing to crash. I think I just broke the knife. Because... Did I? Because the knives... No, the knives are fine. Look fine if I increase the amount. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I thought I broke the knife. So cool, right? Look at the knife. If I change the speed, it gets faster. I can even reverse the speed of the knives, man. This is crazy. And if I increase the area, look at that. The projectiles change as well. That's the whole point of us doing all of this stuff. So yeah, there we go. So we've reduced the... Why are there so many knives now? Gosh. What's going on? 3 knives. The area is... let's get area to 2. Look at that. Gosh. If you want to see something cool, let me just reduce the area a little bit. If I decrease the cooldown to say 0.5, you will see everything just happens a lot faster. Which is, of course, very cool as well. So we are done for today's stream. I'm very proud of what I've done. With all the, you know, the different stats and how the different stats affect the game. So look forward to the article releasing for part 18, and then of course I'll do a video to explain all the changes that we have done for the code so far. As usual, for those of you who've tuned in, thanks for coming in to say hi and just to add to the viewership, right? So because I have like what, 4 viewers or 6 viewers at peak, so every extra viewer is like a 10%, 15%, 20% increase to the viewership. So that's always great. So I'll see you guys around as usual. Thanks for your support. And yeah, so look forward to part 18's article. It's gonna be free until we put out the video for part 18. So take care. I'll see you all. Have a good Thursday, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever your time zone is.